Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing. Hello, hello, hello. As promised, we are starting at noon, 6 minutes late. Today. Stupid darn thing. What is it? Hello. This is Ralph Hayes, RHJunior, your reality check calling to you live on the internet for a special midday broadcast of your favorite show and mine, Reality Check Live. Also known as Spleen Squeezins, because somebody else took the name Reality Check Live. I keep forgetting that. So Spleen Squeezins. It's us. I've got to make a title page. I really do. Anyway. Yahoo! How are you doing? How the heck are you? Media files. And, let's see, playlists. And we move over here. Load playlist. List. Open. And transition. And what the heck is this? What is this transition? And hit playlist. There we go. I don't know what it was trying to do there. The computer just sort of ganked out on me. I got a lot of crap on this computer. Man, I got files all over this. Most of them are replicates of each other. I don't know. And how are you doing? How are you doing? I have an audience. I have an audience of one. I'm waiting for the pizza day. Insurance company just took a big juicy chunk right out of my wallet, so I went ahead and spent what was left on pizza. Yeah, that went. Look, this is aggravating. It's supposed to be randomly shuffling these images, and it is not randomly shuffling them. Why is it not shuffling them? I do not know why it is not shuffling them. This is annoying. And it deleted. Come in! Come in! I'll be right back. Coming! Oi! Yeah, come on in. It'll take me about 2 minutes to hobble up. Hello again. And we're back. Let's see here. this link right. Yep. Well, let's see. I'm trying to think of anything of interest to talk about. There we go. Almost had my headphone cord tangled in the wheel of my chair. I gotta get more planks to lay down on this floor. It's just... Yep. Hello, Lord Firebeard. We got Firebeard. And according to this... beg your pardon, Fire Legend Zero is here as well. We'll just go with the rain tonight. Or today. I decided to, I didn't have a show yesterday. I just decided to make it up. Trying to make it up. Trying to be a good monkey. But, let's see. I haven't seen today's My Little Pony episode, so no spoilers. I'll watch it after the show. They'd better get their cutie marks. Hasbro, dear Hasbro, you're supposed to sell toys to me, not toy with me. Okay? Oh, I already done that one. When I started Space Ranger, I wanted to, give at least a passing nod to scientific practicalities. Like, for instance, having wheels for landing gear instead of fancy force fields and so on and so forth. But I'll confess, as time's gone by, it's gone more and more by the way of rule of cool, and so I guess there's no avoiding it, Tune in to listen to me eat a sandwich. So I'm trying to think of something to talk about. What topics would you like to talk about? You got anything on your mind? Anything on your brain? Social, political, religious, anything. Just type it in the chat window. Now, if you've been listening over the past couple of shows, you've heard me talking about Lovecraft. How he was a really messed up guy. And, that his bigotry, there's no other word for it, and his racism and his there's no other word for bitterness of spirit. His stories were just an outlet for it. His story. I don't care how many fans he has. This is not a good sign when a man when a racist, atheist, nihilist has hordes of squealing fangirls. Okay, this is not a good sign for society. His stuff made the world a worse place. Just by existing. You ever heard the phrase, attitudes are contagious? Careful, mine might kill you. This is true. And the attitudes and the beliefs and the outlook that goes into a story will infect the reader eventually. But anyway, getting back on track. Lovecraft, I've been saying, he's messed up in the head. And when you're reading his stuff, you're basically seeing the world through his eyes. Now, let me put it this way: how many of you have ever heard the fan theory about Courage the Cowardly Dog? Have you ever heard of Courage? You remember Courage the Cowardly Dog, about the little scaredy cat dog and who live, this little old man and this little old woman out on a farm in the middle of nowhere, and they kept getting invaded by monsters and ghosts and horrible things kept happening, and Courage had to keep running to the rescue of this oblivious little old man and this oblivious little old lady, and well, you've seen it. Courage the Cowardly Dog. The fan theory is that actually we're seeing the world through Courage's eyes. That Courage is actually a normal little dog, and that all these people that all these monsters and horrible menaces that are just ordinary people, as seen through the eyes of a frightened little house dog. And that they don't really live out in the middle of nowhere. It's just that he's never, his owners are old and they can't take him out for walks. So, as far as he knows, anything outside the house, is nothing. It makes an interesting theory. And it fits very, very well. And it kind of makes you think, well, everybody hates those little yappy dogs. I mean, look at it through the little yappy dog's eyes. As far as that dog's concerned, he is defending home and hearth from horrors from beyond the front door. Just look at, next time you're annoyed a little, try and picture him looking like Courage the Cowardly Dog. You'll get you'll feel a little more sympathetic to him. And the easiest way to get what I'm saying about Lovecraft is that Lovecraft is like Courage the Cowardly Dog. He was a perfectly living in a perfectly ordinary world, but he saw everything around him as a horror show. I just thought I'd just share that little insight with y'all. Well, as always, I can use feedback. Talk to me. Talk to me, speak with me, write something, say something, put something in the channel. This is one of my pet peeves about the internet. I hate this worse than trolls. I hate trolls. But people who go online, they go into it, they go to all the trouble of booting up 2,000 years, thousands of years of scientific development and technology and millions of miles of wires and computers and satellite dishes and satellites orbiting. They launched a rocket to make this possible for you, all right? And what do people do with it? People making duck lips at cameras are making better use. These people come on there, they come online, they log online, they take up bandwidth and sit there and say nothing. Absolutely nothing. For hours. It used to be you could go into any chat room and the conversation would be hopping 24/7. And if people didn't have anything to say, they left. But over the past 3 or 4 years, you go into a chat room, people will log on, and they won't say a thing for hours. Nobody in the room talking. They're just sitting there, staring. You might as well be sitting at home watching a blank videotape. Come on, people. Why are you doing this to us? I'm not saying you particularly do. No, excuse me a minute. That was a general, why are you all doing this? I wasn't speaking to you particularly, just to clarify. But right now, you go on to an IRC server, there will be 100 channels. And they will all have at least 3 or 4 people on them. And everybody on those channels will not be saying a thing. For hours. For days. You wonder why bandwidth is so expensive. Well, I'm glad you liked the last chapter of the Great Alchemy Hunt. I'm glad of that. Got everybody reading it wondering where the changelings are. I'm like, doggone it, can I do one thing without changelings? I don't understand it. People, people are obsessed with those changelings, you know it? Once I pictured that gag, I couldn't get it out of my head until I wrote it. Yeah. I thought I'd freak people out with the timberjack. He's like a lumberjack, except instead of cutting down trees, he chops up live timber wolves. We'll get some Pinkie Pie in the next chapter, I think. I read a rather short chapter, a rather short story version, alternate version of Twilight's Ascension. And I rather liked it. It opens, the first chapter is her writing back, okay, Celestia, I've been looking at this spell, and I'm not so sure that I should be trying to cast Star Swirl the Bearded's last spell. I'd have to be really stupid to, but what is it supposed to do? And Celestia writes back and says, well, we don't know. But you simply must do this, and I have faith in you, so on and so forth. And actually, we think, I think you should do this. And the next letter is Twilight writing to Luna. Could you make sure she's not been replaced by a changeling, or isn't, going Nightmare Sun or anything? Because she's wrecking. Because this is barking stupid here. Well, anyway, after some back and forth letters, Twilight casts the spell, and the last letter is from Spike. It says, "They all blew up. What did you do?" And Celestia arrives on the astral plane and is expecting to greet Twilight. Surprise! It's all 6 of them. And the story ends with them voting her out of office. They get together, decide, okay, Celestia's going, Celestia is just behaving really stupid, and this was, the last straw. So all 6 of them get together. They get Cadence and Luna, and all of them vote together and demote her. They put Luna on as High Princess, and the rest of them form a committee, and Celestia ends up having to go serve as an assistant school teacher as part of her penalty. Let me see if I can find it. Let's see here, just a second. And I have to admit, the author of the story basically took my idea from here it is. Let's see here. A Moment's Hesitation. A Moment's Hesitation by Fan of Most Everything. And I've got to say, basically, I guess, basically they took the story. The author took that story where I wanted to go with the Alicornundrum, and got there in a short story. The whole demoting of Celestia thing was a, I'm not saying that they copied me, not by far. This is a very original idea. It's just that the end conclusion is that I wanted to write I wanted to write a story where Twilight finally says, what are you doing? To Celestia, and says, no, it's not going to be like that. We're not going to go there. That was kind of the point of parting words. And this author did it better, or at least more with more brevity. And basically, through the ascension results in them all briefly having a Vulcan mind meld kind of thing happen. And when they come out of it, they're all in agreement. Yeah, Celestia, I think you need to take a little break for a few hundred years. No, I have not caught the episode. Did they get their cutie marks? Yes or no? Just save me, save me a little time there. I'm still gonna watch it. Heck with that. Give me some spoilers. I'm not one of those, no spoilers! I kind of got over that. Look, I'm going to be doing this broadcast for the next 4 to 6 hours. And if I find out that you knew ahead of time, I'm not, don't make me be sitting here for 4 to 6 hours with my fingers crossed. Tell me. This ain't the Super Bowl. Come on. They got their cutie marks? They got... Oh, yes. Oh, yes. You're not teasing me here. They got their cutie marks. Five seasons, man. About freaking time. I feel better. My father says, yay! Oh, crap. Don't tell me. Okay, what are they? Spell it out, crazy. Let me guess, the writers completely ignored the character development. Completely ignored their characters. Okay, what are their talents and what are their marks? Tell me. Crazy, tell me. Give names. And descriptions. You know, things, these things they call words. Yeah, I can guess whose is whose. Helping, yeah, the shield, helping people. Okay, yeah, you're right, I'm not happy. Okay, first of all, how socialist can you get? Second of all, isn't it interesting that the only one who has a mark that's related to her actual talents is Sweetie Belle. The other two are abstracts. And what the hell with Apple Bloom? What the hell with Apple Bloom? Because she's supposed, I have this whole issue with people making their child's entire identity revolve around being a family. We had French royalty that did that. All right, no, that ain't right. I mean, Apple Bloom is supposed to be this talented little girl. She's she's a talented with tools and with making potions and with building things and creating things. And what does she get? Oh, you have no individuality, kid. You're just another apple. Typical Hollywood leftist thinking. Okay, now you've changed all the answers. You've changed all the answers, Adrian. Okay, could I please have the truth? Took away their individuality, took away the marks are supposed to be about what makes them unique. Helping people does not make you unique. It makes you a person. Any individual on the planet is supposed to be helping other people. Yeah. I like my version better back when, because it actually gives them an individual personality. I'm glad they got their cutie marks. Great, but guess surprise. I'm really disappointed with what they gave Apple Bloom. An apple. Oh, that's real original there, guys. You basically just said that she has no personality outside of her membership in a family. She's French royalty. Congratulations. Good work. Very nice. Okay, what am I looking for? Gmail. Sorry, it just bugs me. I think what it is that right now the whole millennial thing where we, my generation, the generation of photo, we all end up. I think why it bugs me is that I'm a very good example of. Well, it's become very bad with the millennial generation, but I'm probably an early outlier where they try to leave home and they end up moving back in. I had to move back in with my folks 3 different times. I moved in with my sister's family once, and we're, just the failure to launch that plagues the millennials. The inability to get out from under and be their own people and be their own, individuals. And particularly for me, most of my adulthood has been a long, disaster-strewn struggle to get out from under my family's wing and stand on my own 2 feet. To be an individual. And the idea of having your whole identity subsumed into the family is just horrifying to me. Applejack's all about the farm. Not necessarily the family, but the farm. And you hope, any generation wants the younger generation to have it a little better, to go a little further, to fly a little higher, Talk to a farming family sometimes. You think a farming family is any different? Most farming families nowadays hope to God their kids don't end up farming like they do. I don't know what it is. It's people that wrote Applejack and are now doing this to Apple Bloom. They obviously see this as, it's so wonderful. She's so devoted to, her family and her family name and the Apple family. I don't see it. What I saw was failure to launch. I saw somebody who, Applejack's story was a story of somebody who had a chance to go out and be something more. And when the going got, and when she got a little homesick, she turned around and just turned tail, gave up, and went home. The most humiliating and shameful events in my life were when things got so dire I had to go back to my parents' house. No sharecropper wants his kid to grow up to be another sharecropper. No farmer. Nobody wants their kid to grow up to be nothing more than they were. Applejack's story was a real disappointment for me. She gave up a chance to be... this is why she is the least popular character. She doesn't have an identity outside of her own family name. I'm sorry. Pardon. I'm sorry, that just cuts close to the bone for me. It just runs contrary to everything I believe in. Is you don't get your identity from belonging to a family. A family gets its identity from who belongs to it. If that makes sense to you, you know. Don't know if that makes sense to most people. There's something very dangerous about getting your identity from being a member of a group. That too. Who are you when you're all alone? That's who a person is. I am definitely not changing their cutie marks in my stories. Don't know if I'll use those cutie marks in my future stories. They might be able to sell me on the idea after I've seen the episode, but I doubt it. Man, that's gonna chafe on my. That's gonna grind on my nerves. The rest of for ages now. it's going to be on my nerves. It's going to be on my last nerve. For ages. I also don't like it because it, implies a serious level of socialistic thinking. You get your identity from the group, not from being yourself. You get your identity from being to other people. Rather than having an identity, you have to borrow it from others. Being helpful, that isn't a unique. That isn't a distinctive personality. That's a mission statement. That's a basic standard requirement of being a human being, being helpful to other people. did they or did they not completely ignore no, they development of the individual characters, forget that. We're helpful. They've been telegraphing what those three talents are from, like, the very first episode where we saw all three of them together. But, forget that. Let's Casada the crap out of this one, You're right, I'm going to be griping about this for ages. Let's see here. Let me switch over so you can see what I'm doing. Let's see here. I was so happy for a minute. They finally got their cutie marks, and... oh, well... once again, the loyal fans get a kick in the nuts. Probably picked based on what would be easiest to mass produce and stamp on little plastic butts. It's obviously supposed to be a take on their Cutie Mark Crusader badge. Now I'm going to be all cranky and grumpy and disappointed. You know, this is one thing that they're not really thinking through about this show, Friendship is Magic. They're not thinking through the implications of what happens when friends go away. Seriously, this is I've been thinking about this ever since the first season, when it looked like Twilight had a Deus Ex Machina with Celestia saying, "Oh, you're going to stay here in Ponyville and study friendship." And think about the target audience. Think about the target audience. How do adults deal with a child when they are moving away? When they're moving? Oh, you'll make new friends, honey. You ever reflect how cold that is? Think how cold that is. I mean, would you walk up to somebody after a funeral for their child? Oh, don't worry, you'll make more babies later. But we act as if losing a friend was no major loss. This entire show is about how so important friendship is, but they don't have any. They don't address what happens when friendships end. When you have what does a kid do when you have to move away, and those friends you thought you'd have forever drop out of sight? What do they do then? I'll admit, even in my own writing, I've been studiously avoiding the issue because, friendship is magic. So I've been writing stories where they find ways to stay in touch anyway. One of the things that I once if you read Nightmare Night and Nyx. I had Spell Nexus deciding that on a new career path. He's watching all these kids celebrating the Cutie Mark Crusaders getting their marks, and he has this moment of sadness. He says, someday these kids are going to be moving apart. They're going to lose touch. Our whole society is supposed to revolve around the magic of friendship, and what happened. And yet friendships drift apart and fade away all the time. And so he ends up starting to work on, well, basically mass communication. He starts looking into magic mirrors and messaging, trying to advance Equestria's ability to stay in touch. To a child, friendships are everything, but how do you handle that? This is a big blank area in the making of the show. What do you say when you're trying to tell a child that you're moving to a new town, a new city, and they may never see the friends they've known their entire lives ever again? I moved a lot when I was a kid. We moved a lot. It just happened. Things happen, and didn't have a lot of close friends. I didn't make friends easily, and I was a bit of a loner. Which part of the reason I was such a bully target, frankly. And it just didn't... It just, at this point, you know, 40 years old before I started realizing these things. This whole show's theme is friendship is magic. The importance of friendship. But they don't have anything anywhere in their show philosophy about what happens when friends have to go away. The closest they've come is the episode with Moon Dancer. And it consisted of, and it was all about Twilight renewing friendships that she had neglected even when she was in Canterlot. That's the irony, you know, of course, considering the whole thing was supposed to be about how Twilight didn't have any friends, that episode left Celestia standing there with egg on her face. Can you just picture it? You know, she finds out that Twilight's coming back to visit some old school friends. So wait, she had friends? Wait a minute, she had friends, you say. 6 friends. 6 of them, exactly. She had 5 friends. You know, they were, and they were all unicorns too. You don't say. Oh my. Well. In the back of her head, I had her, you know, I went to all that crap in the Everfree Forest for nothing. And think about what the message up to that point was about how Twilight and the other bearers of the elements, how their friendship was so special that they were literally connected by a magical rainbow from Rainbow Dash's sonic boom. And all her other, you know, and the kids she hung out with at school are all sitting there going, "What are we, chopped liver?" Okay, Final Legend Zero. I don't know how much of you heard. One of the things is that, you know, they got the Cutie Mark Crusaders. You know, and now they're all sharing. I just realized that their Cutie Marks, the way you describe them, they're basically variations on the Cutie Mark Crusader badge. So basically, it's saying they get their identity from being a Cutie Mark Crusader. I mean, like, yep. That creates a whole new layer of problems. And it points out, it poked my memory about a big problem that the show itself has. You know, it emphasized, you know, the show emphasizes friendship is magic, friendship is important. We need friends. Friends, you know, we need to have, you know, friends. Friends are so important. but it doesn't address what it. The show philosophy doesn't address what happens when friends go away. And this is a problem every child has at some point. If they don't move, one of their friends eventually does. And if friendship is so magical, why do they fade away? What about friends that your best friend moves across the country and you lose touch? I mean, we live in the digital age, and we can talk to people on the far side of the planet instantly, see their face on our computer screen. But even then, maintaining a friendship like that, it's just eventually your dearest friend becomes somebody you used to know. And the only thing worse, I can't imagine that the only thing worse for a child than learning that they are going to have to move away to some far-off city and never see their friends ever again is learning some point that that someday they're not going to care. The closest they've come to addressing the issue of friends moving away is the episode with Moondancer. And even then, they bunted. They bunted. Because Twilight didn't really move away, never to be seen again. She became a princess. She's at Canterlot all the time. And she realized that, and she actually comes back and visits her old friends again. But that's not an option for most people, especially little kids. Come on. They need to have one episode where they deal with that. What happens when a friendship ends? Is there, are there times when a friendship should end? And what does it mean when the person that you saw every day that made the world go round isn't there, and what do you suppose? What do you suppose? The guilt of falling out of touch. And or even the point of the guilt of not having a friendship anymore. What happens when friendships just end for good, for no particular reason? This is why they need to do an episode with Twist. I mean, that poor little girl got kicked to the curb. She was apparently Apple Bloom's best friend. But the instant the Cutie Mark Crusaders formed, she was never around Apple Bloom ever again. The only thing that would have been worse with the Moondancer episode is if, instead of being torn up and heartbroken like Moondancer was, what would have happened if Moondancer just hadn't cared? That's some tough, that's some hard potatoes there. that's some stuff that's tough to chew, you know. Ooh, beg your pardon. I think I've already done Alana Troiana. just... Rained last night. I was surprised where they weren't predicting any. You know, they say there is a particular place down in, I forget where it is. I think it's like the mouth of the Amazon, I think. One of the great rivers. Anyway, I think it's the mouth of the Amazon. It's close to it. Where the mountains funnel the storm fronts. And the weather fronts down in between them. So that there is almost constant thunderstorms there. It's the area in the world that is struck the most by lightning annually. And literally a thunderstorm every day. And I would like to live there for a stretch. I would love that. I love rain and storms and thunderstorms. I would love to live in a house, a well-built house. Anyway, right there where those storms are. Just stay there for like a couple of weeks, maybe a month. I love rain. There used to be a I read a birthday. You know, I'm feeling kind of bummed. I cannot begin to express to you the disappointment finally had something happen on the show that I'm a big fan of My Little Pony, Friendship is Magic, and they finally are having something happen on the show that I have been dying to have happen for the past 5 seasons. And it's finally happening, and they managed to ruin it for me. I can, you know, they instead of giving them instead of giving the 3 Cutie Mark Crusaders cutie marks that represented them as individuals, they basically got a collective cutie mark. Variations on their Cutie Mark Crusader badge. And their talent is apparently they all share the same talent, helping people. Where I come from, that's not a talent. That's a minimum basic requirement of civilization. And I'm sorry, and apple blooms especially. What is it? It's an apple on a shield. As if the only identity she has is as a member of her family. She's, you know, can you imagine how self-defeating that would be? Well, Mom, this was the hell of prior generations, is that no matter what your gifts were, no matter how many people over the thousands of years of civilization, how many people were born, you know, how many world-class violinists were born, how many singers, how many artists, how many scientists, how many inventors, how many athletes. And how many people with such incredible gifts never came to fruition because they, you know, how many violinists never came to fruition because they never lived anywhere they even saw a violin? How many people with how many beautiful talents, miraculous accomplishments, withered on the vine, unripened, because, oh, congratulations, your pa was a pig farmer, you're a pig farmer. And because your surname is Pig Farmer, and that's all you ever gonna be, Pig Farmer. How many, you know, how many people never accomplished anything because they were born in a slaver's chains, or were born in a time when a minority, you know, the wrong gender or the wrong color. Decided their fate. How many people never became anything more than their family name allowed them to be? that's one of the many things that makes the very concept of royalty and nobility so evil. Because of what it did to so many people, turned them into nothing more than breeding cattle, so that other people could hold on to secular power. How many talented, gifted people never even tasted the promise of their gifts because they died 20 years early pushing a plow or popping out babies one after the other like a Pez dispenser. How many Marie Curies were basically sold on the hoof by their royal parents to some crusty old man for a couple of acres of land? How many people with dreams and aspirations never went anywhere? You gotta stay here on the farm and help the family. We're dirt farmers, and you're a dirt farmer. You gotta help us dirt farm. Yippee-ki-yay, yippee-yi-yo-yo. Am I disparaging farmers? Family is a past. Family is a legacy. It's not a future. Maybe I'm biased. Maybe my perspective is distorted. Maybe I'm wrong, flat out wrong. Maybe I think that the world is full of choices and you should be afforded the right to make a few of them. I know she's a fictional character, but it breaks my heart. They introduce us to Apple Bloom. Apple Bloom. She's a builder. She's gifted with tools. She's gifted with potions, and she's talent. An epic level talents right there. And what's her future? Farmer, because she's an apple. And the most she'll ever get out of those gifts is whacking shingles up on their broken down barn and mixing up liniment for Granny Smith. Because it's her destiny, stamped right there on her butt. I'm the wrong person to ask about this. Somebody who loves the land, who loves to farm, would feel entirely different. The idea of never leaving home. I've been plexing on this for the past hour now. That's just sad. It really is. It's digging, poking around in that. I'm probably going to start digging up my own issues. So, I don't know. Ooh, beg your pardon. It's a gas. Oh, private message. Let's see here. Oh, webinar. I've never done a webinar before. Have to look into that. Now let's see here. Switch back to where is it? It's, I would so go back and change some things about that drawing. I really would. That image right there, it looked great back when I did it. And now I'm going, no, that ain't right. That ain't right. Gotta change that. Oh, I love this. Religion is an excuse to be anti-intellectual. Okay, the fight's on. Ding ding. Oh my, let's see. Ah, darn it. Some of the blue lines didn't come out. Figures. Have to go in by hand and remove it all. Ah! Dude. most of these so-called atheists online the only reason they're atheists is for the pseudo-intellectual arrogance. I'm an atheist. I'm intellectually superior to the rest of these primitive religion-believing creatures. Oh, they're very, very, very proud of the fact they don't believe in something. And they get very, very uncomfortable when you start pointing out the implications of what they believe. It's cognitive dissonance. Oh, I believe in morals, I believe in right and wrong, I believe in this and that, but you don't believe in, you believe in natural law. The idea that there are certain things that are absolutely right and wrong, but you don't believe in a legislator? You're faced with the same problem that a man dealing with a spoiled brat who wants to do what he wants faces. The man says, don't do that. It is wrong. And the child looks up and says who? And the atheist, if he was actually an even remotely intellectually honest, would have to say, no one. You only believe right and wrong because you're scared. You used God as a boogeyman to scare people into. You're only behaving because you're scared. Darn right, I'm scared of God. As if having a fear of God, the maker of the universe, the one who decreed right and wrong, and whose wrath will be poured out on those who have defied him, as if being in just and humble fear before that made me stupid. You say I use God. You say I use God as a boogeyman to scare people into behaving. What do you use, atheist? What do you use, atheist? Because you have no absolute authority. You have no absolute right or wrong to point to appeal to. You have no divine author of justice to appeal to. All you have is that a lot of people around you will hit you with sticks if you try it. You claim I rely on the fear of God to make people behave. The only reason I behave is because I'm afraid of God. The only reason you behave is because you're afraid of mob rule. And if the majority changed their opinion, you would be there like a weather vane, changing accordingly. This is not to say that atheists cannot behave morally. Of course they can behave morally. Otherwise, we'd have to shoot them. But the only reason, they have no reason in their own philosophy to behave in a moral fashion. They only behave morally out of fear of the wrath of the society they happen to be suspended in. A Christian in a Christian society behaves like a Christian. A Christian in an atheist society behaves like a Christian. A Christian in a Muslim society behaves like a Christian. A Christian in a Buddhist society behaves like a Christian. An atheist behaves like whatever society he happens to be marinating in at the moment. This is observable. A Christian atheist has more... an atheist in a Christian society, rather. What an oxymoron that was, a Christian atheist. An atheist in a an atheist in a predominantly Christian culture will have more in common with the Christians around him than he will have with another atheist on the far side of the world who happens to live in a socialist society, or in a Buddhist society, or in a Muslim society. That's not to say Christians, being fallible humans, won't mold their behavior somewhat by the society they're in, but they will still, at the core, carry the values of a Christian, no matter where they are. An atheist won't. Atheists don't. And when atheists gain full, true control of society, we've seen what happens. We saw what happens when secular materialist humanism, aka atheism, takes over a society. We've seen it in Nazi Germany. We saw it in the Soviet Union. We saw it in communist China, communist Russia, in communist North Korea. When the utterly godless man ascends to the top of the ziggurat, the blood flows down the steps in torrents. We saw it in Nazi Germany. We saw it in fascist Italy. We saw it in the France during the French Revolution. When atheists are unfettered by the fading Christian morality of the society they are suspended in, all hell breaks loose. humanist regimes have, secular, humanist, atheist regimes killed more people in the 20th century than all the holy wars combined. They killed their own people. The death toll goes even higher when you count things like abortions. There is no God, the devil is dead, and we all may do as we please. They want to abolish God, and they don't realize what happened, and they refuse to admit what happens when they do. The proof, one of the proofs of the existence of God could be said to be man's need for him. You could deduce the existence of water from the fact that a fish has gills, and that it needs to be suspended. If you were an alien who had never seen a fish, and somebody slapped one down on a desk in front of you and was flopping away, gasping for life, you could quickly deduce that that alien would quickly deduce that the creature needed to be suspended in water to survive. Even if you can deduce the need for air by the existence of lungs, the need for water by the existence of gills and fins. We deduce the existence of a divine lawmaker by the fact that we observe divine law around us, that morality is a functional system, that it works. That it is irreducibly complex. You could not learn part of the moral code and survive the consequences of not having the rest. It's irreducible complexity doesn't just apply to biological factors. Morality is something that we could not survive inventing by trial and error. Not even spread, especially if it was spread out over generations. For the same reason you can't go from a four-legged creature to a creature with wings, because the intermediary steps would be fatal to the creature. It would be a crippled thing, neither fish nor fowl, and incapable of either walking or flying. And that would make it the ideal prey for any predators in the area. It would make it more susceptible to sicknesses. It would make it less likely to survive. If there are laws that govern the universe, mind and matter, body and soul, heart and spirit, then there must needs be a lawmaker. have to excuse me, I drifted off there for a moment. I'm going to rest for a second. I'm just sitting here trying to organize my thoughts. Trying to see where I'm going with this concept. Too many ideas in my head, just trailing off in different ideas, and I get distracted and I doze off. Hmm. Shouldn't let my mind wander. It's too little to be out on its own. They don't want to contemplate the full consequences of what they believe, what it means, what it would mean for them, what it would mean for their lives, for their ambitions, for their destiny, both mortal and final. Because if you sit down and you come to the conclusion that there is no God, there is no afterlife, there is nothing beyond the material, then everything is pointless. Achieve all you will. Make great contributions to mankind. Shatter every boundary laid by science. Do it all. And none of it will matter, because it will be dust and ash, and you, along with it, will be assigned to oblivion eventually. It will be as if you had never existed. If you, the atheist, are right about the nature of the universe, that it is only material, that there is no God, that there is no supernatural, which is a stupid statement, because what we know of the natural world has boundaries, and there are things that must, by necessity, lie beyond those boundaries. Even if we do not know, even if we were incapable of knowing what it was, the fact that there are outward boundaries to the universe means that there is when you come to a fence, you know there's another side. Every scientist worth spit acknowledges that all the works of science amount to, as Isaac Newton put it, is to children playing on the beach. And sometimes we'd occasionally find a prettier shell or pebble. Meanwhile, the great unknown sea of the truth lies out there before them, beyond what they can reach with science. They try to solve the meaning of the material world with material measures. The vessel cannot contain itself. It must exist within another frame of reference. And that is the supernatural. The atheist, in the end, is just as faithful and dependent upon faith as the Christian is. Christian believes in an eternal, omnipotent, omniscient, omnipresent God who encompasses all creation. We believe in an infinite creator. The atheist believes in an infinite creation. We worship a God of reason. They worship a God of blind chances and forces. We believe in a God who is consistent both within and without himself. They believe that the universe ran backwards, contrary to its own laws. Ignoring and superseding entropy. They believe that a universe that is bound by the laws of thermodynamics somehow ran backwards long enough to give birth to stars, planets, oceans, mountains, to life itself, in violation of the very principles of which this universe is fundamentally based. We believe in a supernatural, almighty creator, God, who stands above and beyond any law written for the universe because he created the universe and the laws that make it run. The atheist believes in meaninglessness. The mad, blind universe of Lovecraft. Of blind, indifferent, or even malevolent forces of neither rhyme nor reason, among which man has no place. While Christians believe in a universe, the atheist believes in a universe beyond which lies nothing but the madness of chaos. The Christian believes that the universe, no matter how chaotic it becomes, has something that lies beyond it, of infinite order and wisdom and endurance. Both belief systems rely on faith, but one and only one makes sense in light of the material evidence before us. Atheism is not it. The majority of atheists out there on the internet, lolling about hot topics, sneering at one another over their school lunches in high school, rolling their eyes at their parents, pretentious little prats. They only become atheists because atheists have taken on the arrogant presumption of scientific and intellectual superiority. They don't believe in atheism because atheism appeals to their common sense. They believe in atheism because it appeals to their bloated, fetid egos. What better appeal to your egotism than to proclaim yourself not only superior to every human being who believes in a God, but to the very idea of God himself? There's an old saying, there are no atheists in foxholes. People sneer at that, usually atheists who aren't in a foxhole at the time. Every last one of them. When the death knell sounds, when they are lying there knowing they are dying, they are going to be gasping and weeping and sobbing and crying out to the God they never believed in. Because they're finally, the fish is finally going to realize it can't hold its breath anymore, and that it needs water to live. I will be right back. I have to go to the restroom. Yeah, hang on. And I return. Whew. Pardon. atheism. It's the zero-calorie arrogance. Cost-free. You don't have to learn anything. You don't have to do anything. You don't have to understand anything. You don't have to study anything. You don't even have to have an IQ. Hey, just call yourself an atheist and suddenly you're an intellectual superior. That's why Dickie Dawkins made a name for himself. He writes a book called The Guy. He's a molecular, what is he, molecular biologist? I forget what his actual field of scientific study is. But he would have been a forgotten individual if he hadn't gone out of his way. He basically just went out of his way to run out, find the nearest large group of people and flick them in the nose. To preserve his high foreheaded ego. And then there are the rest who basically believe in atheism because as long as they believe in atheism, they can fuck anything they want. He said the F word. It's interesting. I can say the F word and there are all sorts of gasp, horror, shock, dismay. And in our society, yet people can do it. And nobody even barely blinks. They believe in atheism because it gives them permission to do whatever they please. And brag, and still brag about how morally and intellectually superior they are to the people who scold them for it. That's the insanity of our society. That's the insanity of our society. You can show people having sex on TV, but you can't say the slang word for it. You can show a tit, but you can't say the word tit. You can show somebody pissing, but you can't say the word piss. A word that appeared in the Bible even. Him that pisseth against a wall. Am I shocking and offending you? Why are you shocked and offended at me? I'm just saying the words. There are people who are out there who are actually doing the words I'm saying. And with them, it's like water off a duck's back. Oh, yeah, whatever. Jeez, get over it, Grandpa. You old fart. said this before and I'll say it again. It's a terrible state of things. So I've reached a point personally. Where I've stopped asking, how can I say it differently? How can I get through to them? How can I get this message across? Why are they not believing me? Why are they not understanding me? Because I would tell people things that the truths thereof seem so obvious. And they will look at you and go, 2 + 2 = 5. And I've reached a point where I've started going, where is that hill that Jonah climbed up on? I want a good view for this. Nothing will suck away your human compassion like dealing with actual humans. George Carlin commented on that particular phenomenon I was mentioning. His little, how many words was it? 12 words, 14 words you can't say on television skit. The notion of taboo words in a culture, where did that come from? It didn't come from Christianity. Not from biblical, not to use God's name in vain. But the rest of it? The rest of it is just human fabrication. Spinning gas out of thin air. Oh, you can't say that. Oh, you can't say that word. Why not? Because we don't know. You just can't. You can say breast, but you can't say tit. That pretty much sums up the folly of language, taboo language, and so-called swear words. The word swear, to make an oath, a vow. Now, you bang your toe on a table leg in the middle of the night, you're not making a vow by any stretch of the imagination. You're not casting a curse on anything by any stretch of the imagination. You are venting your pain and anger with a litany of forbidden words, which are forbidden in your society by nobody knows, for nobody knows what reason. sometimes the only reason certain things persist is because it's just not worth the energy expended to change it, which is kind of sad, but it's a reality of life. It was back, tit was considered foul language back when George Carlin made that skit, you know, umpty words you can't say on television. FCC standards, you know. What a mess. Just a minute here. Let you see what I've done so far. What got me into drawing comics? Truthfully, when I was still in grade school, I wanted to write. I wanted to write books. I wanted to write good, entertaining, fascinating books like the sci-fi books I picked up at the library. But I couldn't write for crap. And then I discovered the idea that you could draw what you were trying to write. You know, the idea that a picture is worth 1,000 words. And so I started drawing comics. Pictures of what I wanted to say. And it snowballed from there. And pretty soon, here I am. I'm getting back into, and the interesting thing is that I am never really lost my interest in writing. It's just that it has taken me this long to reach a point where I'm satisfied with how my writing comes out. I just simply lacked in the verbal skills until I reached my adulthood. And cartooning, it's the intersection between the two. Writing and storytelling. I realized that one of the most important parts of making a comic is writing it so it is good. There are people out there online, they draw stick figures. And they are literally internet fixtures. Their comics are. And that should tell you a lot. It's comics in particular. So long as the concept is drawn clearly enough to understand, you can get away with quite a lot with cartooning. Let's be truthful. That's part of the miracle of the art style. But if it isn't well written, nothing will save it. I've seen comics that were, drawn. I just died of envy of the art, but the writing was terrible. No salvage, They needed somebody to come in and do the writing for them if they were going to have a hope. Ooh, beg your pardon. Big yawn. I want, there are certain things that I've pursued that the interest has fallen off. I wanted, when I was in art class, one of my ambitions was to create, art, the kind you hang in a museum kind of art, and. I'll be truthful. If the art world was still hung up on classic, on classicism or Renaissance style artwork, I wouldn't stand a chance, and I wouldn't have even tried. But the definition of art, you can still be, you can still be an artist, and that's still the definition, will be, you can still say that so-called modern art is everything, but the real definition of art is quite broad enough to accept a lot of variation and variety. I grew up enough to realize that not all art has to be a neo-classic style painting. But art, to be good art, has to have effort and heart put into it. I don't know, as broad as the definition of art has become under the current regime of art elitists, it's a toss-up as to whether I could or could not make it as a gallery artist. It seems largely to be a matter of luck in that regard. Excuse me. Consider that Picasso, not Picasso, well, Picasso and Van Gogh, that's how his name is actually pronounced, Gough. They would not be, Van Gogh was not considered a great artist in his lifetime. Today he's considered one of the greats. And his art has a beauty and a style all its own. It just was ahead of its time. It had a vividness that people at the time who were still obsessed with the Renaissance artists could not appreciate. But, despite him not being a true classical artist, he was still a great artist. But at the other end of the stick, you have people like, what was his name? I did a report on him in school. I think I'd never forget it. Thought I would never, ever forget his name. He was a painter during the 60s. He made his quote-unquote paintings by standing on a ladder and letting paint, dribble on the canvas below. What was his name? What was his name? I can't remember. Let's see. Well, one of the things I do, Chris, when I My productivity has dropped a lot over the years. I just don't have the energy or the the spark that I used to. Largely because I'm a 44-year-old fart now. And yes, I claim that title. I'm fat and squishy and badly out of shape and in bad physical health, and 45. It's not the years, it's the mileage. And my warranty expired ages ago. So, but one of the things you can do is just leave. If you have it, open up a text file and just leave it open on your computer desktop. And whenever you think of something to add, every now and then pop by and add a sentence or two. You'd be amazed at how fast a chapter builds up. That's why I started making comic book style comics instead of just comic strips. One day I was sitting there, I was drawing. This was back in the day I could do 2 or 3 comics just sitting there writing, sketching them out. And I realized, I sat down and I counted up, and I realized I'd drawn hundreds of comics at that point. And I thought to myself, if I did 1 page at a time, the way I do strips, comic strips, by now I would already have, that graphic novel, that first graphic novel. And so I started writing Tales of the Questor and posted it like a comic strip, and 1 page at a time. And look where it is now. Of course, I've stalled out and I've not produced a lot of pages lately. I've still got one that I'm grinding away at. Next one I'm still grinding away at, and even if you halt all the time, even if you stop all the time, as long as you get up and you move a little bit more further forward, you'd be amazed at how much distance you cover. Yeah, it's what's worked for me. It's just doing a little bit at a time. Good grief! If you've ever read my fan fiction, I've got like 30. I've got, how many words do I have? Let's see here. Let's go over here. Let's use this. Let's see here. Oh, I have 2,008 followers on filmfiction.net. How nice. Please send me money. I'm tempted to put up a button to Patreon here, but you know, that's skimming close. I've got a link to my homepage from FimFiction, but let's see here. Stories, 12 stories. Let's see, this used to list the number of words. Can't find, oh, here we go. Let's see, 2,700, take down these numbers, 2,700 words. Yes, it matters, 2,700 words. Tarek gets a right to speed down, 10,800 words. Shorn, 13,000 words. The Rise of Darth Vulcan, 217 words. Fanfic is Crapsack, 25,500 words. Cheerilee's Class, 38,900 words. The Great Alicorn Hunt, 145,000 words. Alicornundrum, 110,500 words, approximately. 140,000 words for Nyx's family. Parting words is 12,766 words. Nightmare Night and Nyx is 117,600 words. The audience is 177,000 words. And Fanfic is Crapsack is 26,000 words. Give or take about 100 words for each. That's a lot of words. See, 2, 10, 12, let's see, 12, 13, 26, 243, 200, 268, 306, 450, 560, 700, 713, 830, 930 plus 77. Just a bit over I'd say about 1 million words. I've written 1 million words. Over 1 million words just in fan fictions. My first story I posted in 2013. In 2 years, I have written over 1 million words in My Little Pony fan fiction. You know, that doesn't count my ongoing effort at a supernatural urban fantasy novel, or my blogs, or my short stories. I think I said, let me get the count. I want to know exactly how many. You started this with me. Now I gotta know. I gotta know. Okay. Plus. let me switch it over so you can see what I'm doing here. Oh, darn, I lost count. Darn it! Okay, let's see here. Start over. Clear. One 1,038,462 words. My Little Pony fanfiction. I'm not even counting all the blog entries. And yes, there are a couple of blog entries that are actually short stories. So there you have it. 1 million words in 2 years. If you do what you love, you'd be amazed at how much you can accomplish. I added up, I get 1,038,462. So, well, over 1 million words, that's the point. You get the picture. Okay. Let me think. Concentrating, focusing, trying to percolate my brain. In case you haven't noticed, there is a scroll going across the bottom of the screen. I do commissions. $20 for a black and white picture, $40 for a color picture. They're digital. I do them online. I do them on a computer. We'll be drawing them on the art on the show while you wait. And my brain just stopped. I get the commission. We'll try and do it. We'll start working on the drawing the next day on the next show. Dang, I gotta call the IRS. I missed last month's payment. I've got to send them. I gotta call them and let them know that I'm not gonna mention. Let them know the obvious. Let's see. I'm trying to think and nothing's happening. It's fun when that happens. Brain just stops and refuses to go forward. Okay, this is not my usual scheduled time. Since I missed a couple of days last week, I'll be doing this again tomorrow. Well, actually, come to think of it, people are going to be going to church. They're not going to be getting home until after. I don't know. I think we'll just go back to the regular schedule. Is Monday at 6. Monday at 6. I'm trying to think, and nothing's happening. Do our next show Monday. There is a suggestion box in the forums for the website. Just go to www.rhjunior.com. Check out the stories. Maybe purchase something at the store, but they have a section there. It's the forums. It's listed across the top bar. Go under. You go and come out. You got the comics. You got the commissions. Go under discuss. You get my Facebook, my live journal, and the forums. In the forums, there is a forum called the Spleen Squeezins Mailbox. If you have any ideas for the show, any questions, any suggestions, any complaints, or brick thrown, just go here and start a new topic, or just post a letter here and ask a question. Leave your question, leave it out. I'll come by here and I'll check for it. me show you something here. Guess what the Gamergate girls are up to? They did a presentation in front of the UN about, quote, cyber violence. There are people I just wish I had the guts to walk up to and smack. Those two are they're reprehensible human beings. Just, you know, I'm kind of sorry that I went ahead with the world of with the Warhammer 30K storyline that I've dipped into in Quinn Space Ranger. I feel obligated to finish it. But there are other things that are currently inspiring me a lot more, you know what I'm saying? I had this, you're not going to believe that I had this storyline idea plotted out years ago. Is that Quinn was going to be doing a murder investigation. Well, actually, he wasn't going to be doing a murder investigation. He was going to be escorting a member of an alien race who was pleading for sanctuary for him and his robot girlfriend. Seems that back in his home system, the militant misandry movement got so bad that pretty much every male in his species has just thrown their hands up in the air and given up on the female members entirely. They've fled the system en masse and have started running. They have started serving as long-haul space truckers, basically. And they've resorted to mail-order robot brides for companionship. And the feminists running the world, running their home world, are pissed off about this and have basically declared a death sentence on any artificial intelligence posing as a female, quote unquote. which is flying up the Empire of the Seven Systems nose, because in the ESS, artificial intelligences that pass the Turing test are legal citizens. They had quote-unquote natural life forms ranging from creatures made of clouds of energy and gas to ones made of silicon crystals, so being prejudiced against ones that were manufactured in a factory seemed a little hypocritical. Anyway, I figured what I had planned for that storyline would be like throwing a live, with the feminists the way they are right now, be like throwing a handful of live firecrackers into a room full of chickens. With the shenanigans the feminist movement had been up to, I so wanted to be doing that particular arc right about now. I am sorely tempted to just drop the mic on this current arc and just pick up a new one. That seems to be a popular trend among a lot of webcomic writers out there. I've read several. Every two or three pages, they just boom. They'll stop the comic and they'll start it back up again, and it'll be an entirely different plot. No connection. It's just disoriented chunks, and it's impossible. What's the one I'm thinking of? A particular offender. Alter Meta, I believe it's called. It's set in a world of anthropomorphic dragon people. And the author has just totally at random bounced back and forth between characters and settings and story arcs. Just drops them. No explanation, and starts something totally randomly different. Right in the middle. At one point, the comic is supposed to be set in the equivalent of current times. It's urban fantasy, modern urban fantasy, and then boom, suddenly, for like 5 pages, it's an entirely different character, entirely different plot, entirely different cast, in an entirely different setting, and boom, then they're back again. And the hiatuses between are so huge. There's no explanations. There's no notifications. There's no nothing. It's totally random. And he's not the only. The writer of Alter Meta is not the only one I have seen do this. It's like trying to hold a conversation with somebody with Tourette's and ADD. Yeah, it converts from pounds to dollars. I believe they've got a setup for that. PayPal. Yay, shiny. It's a PayPal button. You just click the PayPal, it takes you to the PayPal thingy, and you make the PayPal payment, and I believe it automatically converts from pounds to dollars and such. So that should be no problem. I feel gassy. Let's work on this a little bit. The thing of it is that this storyline I was going to get some rather awkward areas, shall we say, raw. The alien race in question that produces the robots uses templates off of, you know, it's real complicated. You know, the story's going to have all sorts of little complications and issues. Starting off with the alien race that produces these mail-order bride bots uses well, basically, the concept is that this alien race they're basically starfish aliens. They're so alien they don't, you know, just really out there. They're sort of like a cross between a tree and a squid, and the concept of gender is alien. You know, just it's so alien to them that they can handle it as an abstract psychological science, literally. And you know they've got the ultimate outsider's perspective, as it were. And they moved into the area. They saw a commercial need, and they proceeded to fill it. They designed these, and the thing of it is that these robot brides are actually they're fully insapient, but they are actually superior to the original species choice, because when they are created, these builders, these starfish aliens, psychoanalyze and neuroanalyze the customer, and are able to produce a near perfect match. In the form of these robot brides. They actually fulfill the problem. Meet your perfect match. They don't meet your perfect match. Make your perfect match. And this has got the feminazis running this alien race's, you know, the other alien race's planet even angrier. That, you know, they're trying to accuse the starfish aliens of making mindless robo-slaves, robo-sex slaves, and Quinn has to investigate. And it turns out it's not true. It's just that they are that these aliens have raised psychoanalysis to a high scientific form. The fembots they produce really are an ideal match. They're fully intelligent, but they are an ideal match for these lonely space-going truckers. And it's driving the feminazis crazy. And it's basically an expansion of the idea that real mail order brides have today. Is the reason there are many men out there going for these quote unquote mail order brides from Russia, from China and Japan especially, because the Asian women. Well, let's face it. Western women are just they're regarded as nasty and unpleasant by the rest of the world because of the way they treat the men. And Asian women in particular, they're kind, they're polite, they're respectful. They treat their men with deference. And you just say that out loud. Oh, you can almost hear the feminist blood pressure rising. And men just simply like them better than they like European and American women, especially American women. Because basically the Asian brides don't think that they're too good, that they're too good for the men they got. And American women do not like the fact that they are now having to compete with more traditional women from the East. And that they're coming out looking bad. Let's make no mistake that it's a good deal for both sides, because you got to figure that many women in Asia are not treated, they're not exactly treated well as they could be. to say the least. As the joke goes, Japan, the registered sex offender of the international community. The man gets a woman that treats him like the head of the household that he's supposed to be. The woman gets a man who is gentle and is more considerate of her, and will treat her with more respect. So it's a good deal for both of them. For the feminists who thought they had a monopoly on the men over here. So you can guess just how enthusiastic they are about the idea of mail order brides. Well, this has been a rough day. I've had one of my heartfelt wishes for the My Little Pony show come true, only to find out that it's going to be a vast disappointment for me. Nothing quite like being kicked in the teeth by your own fandom, you know? And, yep. So it goes. Looking a little bit more anime than I expected. Here we go. One of the things I've been wanting for shows is for the Cutie Mark Crusaders to finally get their cutie marks, and I have been informed that today's episode they get their cutie marks, which have almost nothing to do with their actual talents. Scootaloo could have been either a stunt performer or a dancer. Sweetie Belle was obviously meant to be a musician, and Apple Bloom, you know, she had talents in engineering and in building and potion making. She should have born engineer. So what do they get? Variations on their Cutie Mark Crusader badges that are supposed to, I've been informed, are supposed to stand for the fact of how good they are at helping people. They aren't even individualized. You know, they got you know, they've got a little bitty reference, but Apple Bloom gets a little shield with an apple in it. So basically, they've been reduced to a caricature of the Boy Scouts of America. You know, this is their life from now on, running around, trying to fulfill their Cutie Mark destiny by doing, doing a good deed for the day and helping somebody with something. You know, forget the fact of all the talents they have, or the fact that they're individuals and not a collective. You know, and forget giving Apple Bloom any sort of individuality away from her family. Oh, she's an apple. She needs, you know, she's a member of the Apple family. She needs Apple Cutie Mark. Hope you don't mind spending the rest of your life stuck on the farm, kid. Because some substandard writer couldn't see that you were an individual and not a part of a collector's set. Meet the new apple, same as the old apple. Yep. If you need me, I'll be hiding my personality for 5 more seasons. You see, this is the, I've said this before. This is why Applejack is called the #1 background pony. That's the only personality they give her. She has no interests, no life outside of the farm. That is, that's her cutie mark story. The millennial generation failure to launch story. Haven't watched the episode yet. I'm already, knowing enough that I do, I'm already disappointed. Why is it that the biggest transitions they make in the show are always such a dismal disappointment? This was the same story with Twilight becoming a princess. Twilight becoming an alicorn, rather. Just, oh. An entire season of build-up. She fulfills her destiny, and everybody knew what was going on. She's going to turn into an alicorn. And everybody's waiting. The only thing we had to wait for was to find out, were we going to learn anything new? Are we going to get more world building? Are we going to understand more about Equestria and how it works and all this? No. Everything that we saw in the show, we picked up already from the trailers and the teasers. No explanation, no real explanation as to what the hell had just happened. And it's the same disappointment. Screw your dreams for your life, Twilight. You're a princess now. Here's an ugly toy chariot to ride in and a tacky plastic glass castle. The damn thing doesn't even look. It's hideous. And it doesn't even look like the toy that it's supposed to be selling. Look, if you're not going to even make it look like it, you might as well just make it look good, but no. All that build up, and it was zero payoff. And it ended up doing, absolutely, it all boiled down to, you're a princess because reasons. And Twilight's like, okay, yeah, and that's it. I've banged on that. I've banged on that thing with the story, with my stories. Alice Conundrum and the Great Alice. It's just stupid. I hated it. I couldn't stand it. And now they've taken. I love the Cutie Mark Crusaders. I liked them. And they screwed them up. They're going to have a hard sell to convince me that they weren't just half-assing the story. And that they didn't pick those cutie marks based on what would be easiest to mass produce and stamp on a plastic butt. What I've been told, they all have, they're all supposed to have the same talent, helping people. That's not a talent. That's like line 1 of the common social contract. No individuality. And what the hell happens when the 3 of them grow up and have to move away from each other, They're the Cutie Mark Crusaders. They all have one talent between them. In case you haven't guessed, I'm annoyed. Okay, Chris at Windows.com. Payment of, oh goodness, 4 characters. Okay. Okay, could you email me a description of the drawing that you want, Christopher? The characters, any particular details, that kind of thing. Any particular situation or pose they're supposed to be in. Okie dokie. Great. We'll have something to start on the next show. In the next show. Next time on The Muppet Show. That's the wrong voice. That's Mickey Mouse. Next time on The Muppet Show. Bad Kermit voice there. Yeah. That's a pretty good spike, I think. Okay, let's see. Brain not working properly. Trying to think, nothing happening. Okay, edit clear. There we go. She's gonna squeeze the stuffings out of him. Let's see here. Alright, let's see. Let you... I feel like that a lot. I used to have brown hair. Now my hair is almost gray, almost purely white, almost white now. Turned prematurely gray. Define prematurely, though. Think about it, you know. When is it, like, supposed to go gray? Tell me that. To get some drawings, see some pictures of somebody with glomping onto somebody like that. Let's see if I got it right. this over here. Let's see. Let's see, commissions. Oh yeah. Yeah, I don't know about that one. Let's see what we got. Group of questers together. Oh yeah. I did a drawing similar to that some time ago. It would stand a revamp. Oh, let's see here. Why did it want to exit? Why did it stop? What is this? Okay. Okay, it has been 4.5 hours. I think I am going to go ahead and call it a night. I'm going to go, or a day, or whatever, and I'm going to go watch that episode and disappoint myself. And I will see you all Monday at 6 p.m. We'll pick up where we left off and see where we go from there. Thank you very much. Thank you for all tuning in. And you all have yourselves a good night. Well, afternoon. Take care.